today. We're doing Minecraft. With Kaiser. Say hi.
Hello.
Hi, and hi to you, Panda. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. We've kind of just been literally digging a hole. I mean, this is, yep, it's literally just a hole. Not really sure what our goal is right now, but hole. Yep.
Every hole is a goal.
Oh, Lord. You're gonna get me in so much trouble today.
What are you talking about?
I swear.
I'm innocent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I broke my axe! Ah!
Good job.
I need another one. I gotta come back. I thought I had more than one, but I didn't. I did. I thought I had more than one. Oh, I need sticks. Damn it. Why is the gravel over next to the cobblestone? It confused me.
Oh, you tell me. You put it in there.
I didn't do that. I did not. I will not accept this slander. Stick. Steak. I need steak. I'm not in the mood for this song. I want to just get fucking Megalovania. Okay. Let's see how this is gonna go today. We're having a Megalovania kind of day, apparently.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I didn't say anything was wrong with it. I just said that's apparently the kind of day we're having. Okay, I have now made 4 more pickaxes. And I should be good to go now. We do the big zoom down the hall. When did you find an emerald?
From the village that you died at, or what? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I know I died at the village.
You fell into, like, the smallest hole possible and died.
You know what?
Yeah?
I never said I was smart.
But you are, though, so shush.
Hey, I found more coal. Oh, a lot of coal. It's like a... Okay, I was gonna say, is this the end of the coal? Where is the end? I didn't see any end. What you doing?
Digging.
I will not dig straight down. You'd have to pay me a lot to do that. Just saying. Ah, you would.
I'll give you a nickel.
Nope. Not for a nickel, sorry.
2 nickels. One of them's really shiny.
Nope.
Well,
Is one a girl nickel?
What?
You don't know. Okay, you've seen Fairly Odd Parents, right?
Yeah?
Okay, well, in one episode, Cosmo finds a nickel. And he says, I found a nickel to Timmy. And Timmy says, okay. And then Cosmo says, his name's Philip. And then later on in the episode, he goes, Philip's actually a girl nickel.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't believe you don't remember that episode.
This is me we're talking about? What's a memory?
I mean, I don't have one either, and yet I remember the weirdest things. I don't know why I remember these things, but I do.
Oh.
What are we aiming for with this digging? I don't know.
You just randomly dug a hole.
I know I did! This is my space now, I don't know. Ah, no! I broke it! Trying... I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. I'm gonna have to go get more wood though, because pickaxe break. Gravel apparently goes up pretty high. At least 4 blocks high. Which is kind of interesting. Today's just gonna be chill, I think. As long as I don't get attacked by anything, we're good.
Alright, I'm gonna attack you then.
No! No! I already died like, what, 2 times?
At least.
I don't need to die again. you made an advancement. Good for you. I don't know what that is, but you made an advancement.
I don't know either.
It just said you made an advancement.
I seem to have found a structure.
Huh. I'll have to come try and see if I can find you then.
Ooh.
Because I don't know. I heard something make a noise. Oh, I got some flint, too. Okay. Which way did you go?
Don't worry about it.
That's snow coming in from the top. Okay. I will worry about it. I want to know what the structure is.
I'm gonna be coming back soon,
Oh,
so...
You went this way. Ooh. I found the way you went. What do I win?
I don't know. What do you want?
Cheese.
Well, I don't have any on me, so...
Well, shit. You've been busy. Making me look like I'm doing jack shit.
Most of that's just natural spawn. Like, I didn't do all of it.
Holy shit, there's a big old hole down there.
That's what he said? I don't know. Or she, or they, you know.
Oh, we got friends down below. Well, not really friends, but you know. I see you, motherfucker.
Yeah, spamming attacks is not how you,
I killed it.
how you combat.
I killed it! You really have been busy. Hello.
Hello.
Would you like a little light?
You can do if you want.
I'm just leaving some light for you. There you go.
I'm going back up now.
Adam up. Oh, I got ads in 10 minutes. So I'll be heading back your way. Now, if my mouse would behave, that'll be. I think my battery might be dying in my mouse. Hi, Toolis! How are you? I think my battery is dying. Because my mouse has where it's stuttering with movement.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. If it is words, Ow! Fuck off! I died. Zombie got me! Alright, I'm gonna run ads real quick. Well, have fun with the anime takeaway, Toolis. Thank you for the lurk. And welcome back, Ohana. I got copper.
Fair enough.
Yeah. it in the box, I guess, for now. Yeah, zombie said hi and ate my brains. Or lack thereof. Yeah, lack thereof.
No.
Yeah.
No brains.
Yeah, no.
Because if you got no brains, why would they want to eat you?
True!
I could run off to it.
Ah! Things that explode! Run away! Go explode somewhere else! Like I said, I'm not smart. I see purple glowy eyes. I think I should stay away.
Yeah, you don't look at them.
Don't look at them? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know
They get
look.
mad at you if you do.
I mean, you know what? That's fair. I get mad if people look at me funny, so that's fair. I won't look at them. They won't look at me. We work. Well, this works, right? I'm trying to put lights out. I'm not looking at you! I don't even know where you've gone.
Yes.
That's a great answer. Oh, are you down all the way down there?
I've been to a multitude of places.
Clearly. Oh god, I'm not trying to hug you! Fuck off! I don't want your hugs.
Fine, I'm not gonna give you any hugs.
Not you! Zombie's trying to hug me! I want your hugs, not the zombies!
Nah, it's too late. Said you didn't want my hugs.
Wow! I'm out of lights. Listen, Purple Eyes, I saw you. I'm walking this way. I didn't look at you. And you didn't look at me. And that's just how this is gonna be. Hello.
Hello.
What you doing? Oh, making all the advancements. I see how it is. I brought you back some raw iron.
Thank you.
I'm very useless.
No, you're not.
Sure.
You just don't know how the Minecraft. I've played it a lot before, like...
I don't know how to craft the mines! I just dig. I should probably go get us more wood, though.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Thank you for the face squish. I don't know why, but thank you.
Why not?
True. True. It would help if I went out the right way. And not through a wall. Oh! Thank you for sword.
Yep, there you go.
You threw a sword at me! Surprised I didn't die.
Or is that good at throwing stuff?
I'm gonna smack a tree. I'm gonna punch it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm punching a tree.
Whatever makes you happy, dear.
I mean, you make me happy.
Well,
Punching trees is just kind of fun, though. I could have sworn I heard something hiss, but okay. I thought it might have been in the song. No, it was definitely not in the song! And I'm falling down. Why am I going down? I should be going up.
go up then.
I'm trying and I can't. I died.
Hold space.
I'm trying and I can't.
You've got no reason not to be.
I got stuck.
Ah.
It would help if I didn't get stuck. I'm just gonna drink my soda. I am useless. Did my stuff come back up? I don't think it did. Oh no, it did. Okay. Oh, it did not.
Some of it did. don't know where the rest of your stuff went.
Ah, shit. I think part of the problem was the armor, too.
No, armor doesn't stop you from swimming.
Oh, well. Egg on my face, then.
Oh, something else your face, alright.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't know where your helmet went. You lost it.
I lost a lot of things. Including my brain. Do you know what that is?
No.
Me either.
I'll let you know if I ever find it.
Please do. I mean, I lost all my food. I'm gonna just go back to punching trees. That's the safest option for me. Give me your wood tree! I have to specify.
Do you though? I mean,
if I just say give me your wood, you might think I'm talking to you.
maybe you are. But, you know, I can't do that anyway, because I'm live on Twitch.
Sure. Did the tree just drop a stick? It did. I'm gonna smack the tree with its own child. See? Stick. I'm smacking the tree with its own child.
You do that there.
I am. Look, it gave me another one! This tree has some wood. Smack you with your child. What are you gonna do about it, tree? It spits more children out at me. That's what it does, apparently. I have 4 baby trees! And 4 sticks! I'm a force to be reckoned with now.
Yep.
This is my new job, I just smack trees. I mean, the tree doesn't mind being smacked, apparently. It likes it.
Kinky tree?
Yeah, really. I mean, it's spitting sticks out at me. And babies. That's a kinky tree if I... And then you just throw a hoe at me. Great, thanks. This is really getting kinky over here. I got baby trees. I got babies. I got sticks. I got a hoe. Getting real kinky over here. and then my phone just jump scared me.
Good job.
I have my phone next to me, and it vibrated my chair, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I looked down, and it was my phone. Not my fault that I didn't realize my chair was gonna get vibrated by a phone. I am the tree master! Give me your children! Okay, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah?
Yeah! I just realized after I said it! What the fuck? Oh shit that comes out of my mouth, man. Where are you going? What are you doing? Are you harassing that poor jellyfish?
That's a squid, for one thing.
You're a squid.
Oh, you.
There's fish. Are you harassing those poor fish?
No.
No, he says as he comes up and the fish disappeared. You
There's no
are.
proof of this.
You are. I caught you in 4K, sir. Joke's on you. PvP's off.
Yeah, well, I'll just build a massive penis as a fuck you then.
I mean, do what you want. If that makes you happy. I mean, this is kind of a giant penis right here. It's just missing balls.
You can help by expanding it.
It literally is just missing balls. It's a eunuch. Poor eunuch. Why do I keep getting tree babies?
Because the trees want to reproduce. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I don't want to reproduce with the trees. I'm not the Lorax.
I don't think the Lorax fucked the trees did, but you know.
I mean,
you
the
do
Lorax spoke for them, so I don't know.
Speaking for them and sleeping with them are completely different things.
Listen, we don't judge here.
Uh-huh.
If the Lorax wants to fuck the trees, the Lorax can fuck the trees. I don't judge. Hi.
Oh.
I brought more seeds, by the way. You did kill the fish!
No. It
That's a-
fell into the furnace.
Bullshit! That is a dead fish! You killed it!
No, I cooked it. Thank you very much.
You killed it! You killed the fish! That poor fish. I mean, yeah, that's good eating, though, because it's salmon, and that's one of my favorite fish! I'm gonna leave these sticks here. Did you make more light, or did you just leave?
Huh?
Huh? Did you make more torches, or did you just leave?
I'm just stood over here.
Oh, you're all the way up. You're up there now. I'm downstairs. I'm in the basement!
Look, you walked past me. I don't know what you want from me.
I'm just in the basement now. This is the basement.
We got a big basement.
Yeah, I know her. Can do lots of things in this basement.
Yeah? Like what?
Host parties.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Host parties. I never said what kind of parties, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You'll have to tell me what kind of parties.
Sexy parties.
I'm not invited then. Gotcha.
Bullshit. You're invited.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. Are you harassing things again?
No.
Uh-huh.
I'm failing to fish.
I mean, fair, because I don't know how to fish in this game, so fair. I made a thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, I made a thing. I made a thing, see?
Okay. I don't know how you use it.
I still made it.
Well, caught some fish.
Yeah, because you harassed them.
No. I gave them a deal they couldn't refuse. Get on the rods or... Yeah.
Well, poor fish.
It's fine. No fish for you then.
Wow!
You can eat plants.
Wow!
What?
I'm gonna eat
you want-
plants now, okay.
Do you want fish or not?
I'm supposed to just eat plants now.
Yeah, there you go. You said you want plants, you can have plants. All the fish are for me.
Wow.
Like this puffer fish.
I don't think you would be eating that.
Nah, I'll be alright.
Them things are toxic. Just not happy with playlist right now.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Cat. How are you? Yeah, this'll work, I guess. I made 48 torch.
Fair enough.
Yeah. How you doing, Cat? How was your weekend?
Hey, you broke the fucking plan.
How?
Because you stepped on it.
Oh no! I'm sorry! Here. I make it up to you. I give you the seeds. That I stepped on.
Seed you.
Oh my, that is not for Twitch! You need to know! That, you naughty!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit.
I am innocent.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, if you need to chat, you know where you can find me. I told you, Kaiser's naughty!
No, I'm innocent.
He's innocent. Alright. And I'm not an alien demon.
Oh, there you go. The big truth has come out.
Oh, we got some neighbors coming to visit. Go say hi to the neighbors. If I can
Are you
get to 'em.
using your shield at all?
I don't even have it. It's gone.
Fuck's sake.
Where'd the neighbors go? Oh, they're down there now. Oh.
Well, hey, you wanna go to that structure I found?
Sure.
Is it this way? No, hang on. Yeah,
Okay.
wrong way.
Oh, hold on. I see copper. I'm just gonna grab it real quick.
I mean, I don't think there's a use for copper, but sure.
Never know, right? And it's a big vein of it, too.
You know what else is a big vein?
My forehead when I'm angry?
Sure. What I was gonna say is multiple areas of the body, because it's also known as an artery. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. What did you think I was going with? Come on now.
Oh, I don't know. You've been on one today, so I don't know.
Look at this fucking labeling going on. Sheesh.
Definitely been on one today. Whee! I took a scenic route down. And broke my axe in the process. Where's my other one? There you are. Hello. We going further down? Oh. I'm waiting for all the clips Cat's gonna get of us.
Yeah, fair.
I have a feeling she's cackling.
I guess I'll leave you to it then.
Look, I found coal. Don't we need that? Isn't that important?
Yes, to an extent.
Sorry, my ADHD said you must grab. I have ADHD. It says shiny, grab shiny. Damn. Saribot's on something today. Good job, Saribot. We love you. Ooh. Gold!
Gremlin.
You're damn right! I don't have a gremlin Stitch emote for nothing. He put my light out! Okay. Is that? That's a bat! Oh, good! No! Bad! Bad! Bad, Skelly Bob!
Spam clicking is not how you fight things.
I didn't spam click!
I'm just saying.
I didn't spam click.
Like, you pretty much swing whenever the sword icon fills up.
Ugh. I'm staying back here. I don't trust them. Or myself. Which I guess is fair. Oh! What on earth?
As I said, this is the place I found.
Ow!
But, you know, someone died and lost their shield, so...
Something was smacking me.
Yeah, you've been shot by, the skeleton.
It was shooting me in my butthole! I do not consent!
Present your butthole to enemies, then?
I do not consent! This action does not have my consent. That is my butthole, it's not allowed! Hi.
Hello?
I'll put lights out. I'm helping! I'm being the light of your life. And now I'm gonna get shot for that comment. Or hit, one of the two. Or that! Put in a corner.
You want to move out of the way, please?
Yep. I'm having fun. Light. Crap. I moved out of the way. Do you need food?
Yeah.
You need food?
I forgot to cook up the... Yeah.
There you go.
I forgot to cook up the rest of the fish I caught.
And then I give you that. There you go.
Okay.
What?
Can't eat raw pumpkin.
Well, you're the one who threw raw pumpkin at me! I kinda can't give you anything else.
You're fine. I'm just letting my health heal.
Ugh.
Hmm?
The car got watered down because they put so much ice in it.
Hmm.
I hate when that happens. It tastes so weird.
Yeah, please.
I'm trying to help! I'm not helping. I'm just gonna go over here. Go in my corner. So did we find, like, I don't know, what'd you call this?
This is new to me, so...
I don't even know what to call it yours.
I guess it's kind of like a dungeon.
Kinky. Our basement has a dungeon.
Insert Gachi Dungeon Master here or something. The fuck are you blowing up there?
The green penis.
Oh, okay.
All I had to say was the green penis! And you were like, oh, okay! I love how I just say the green penis and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, it exploded right over here.
So that's the one I just dealt with, and the rest of them are all up there. Okay.
Ugh. put a light here. Light. What is that?
It's a light.
Fair. Why'd you stop breaking the light?
Hang on, just so I can see where I'm in comparison.
I don't want to listen to this.
So that's that one. So I got. Ooh, that's a lot of them back there. Okay.
So is that a light too?
I guess.
I don't know, but I picked it up. I don't know what it is, but I picked it up. Let me see. Waxed weathered copper bulb. Okay, that's what that is.
Raw cod.
I mean, corn is good.
No. Cod.
Cod or raw fish. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, that fish is good too. It's one of my favorite, like, white fish. Don't die. Please. I don't know how to get back. Under lock and key? What?
That was a trial, apparently.
I've got mushroom! I've got mushroom in my heart for you. And I'm gonna get banned again.
Yeah.
I'm expecting, like, you to use that command I came up with. I got eggs!
I don't remember what it is.
Ban. Exclamation mark ban.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess we're technically done here.
What is this?
Try using that on it.
Use what?
I just threw you a key.
Okay. Oh! Oh! Huh. I got a gold apple!
Well, there we go. We're done here.
Gold apple, a gold carrot. I got potion of weakness. I got a button. And a dispenser.
I'll button you.
Actually, we're not. These thingies that look like they have faces on them, they're a dispenser.
Yeah.
They give you things. If you break them.
You can also just right-click them and pull out their contents.
Fair enough. It's going! You're missing all the comments that Kaiser and I have been making at each other. Oh my god, there's potions of weakness in here! But they kind of disintegrate after, like, a while, so... Potion of health? You want potions of health?
Oh. Probably useful to have.
No, I've got some. Oh no! Zombie! It's trying to eat my brains!
What?
Down.
Oh, there's more down there.
Here. Come here. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want another one? Because I have another one. And I also have a potion of speed if you want that.
Just hang on.
Okay. Like a remix.
Okay, yeah, throw down the healing one.
Sure. There you go. I has keys. I wonder if... Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea, but I don't know if it'll work. Never mind. You've already almost beaten them all. I was gonna say, let me throw you these potions of weakness and see if you can throw it at them. Water bucket? Got a bucket of water! Another bucket of water! Fire charge! And arrows. Bleh. Box. Ow! Thank you for your gift. Lingering potion of poison. Diamonds! We're rich. We're rich. We got diamonds.
Good job.
No sleep until I'm done finding the answer. Won't stop before I find a cure for this cancer. I'm so disconnected. Oh, I got a shield out of one of those. I have bricks and a flower pot now as well. And a bottle of honey. can make sugar. What do I need? I need sugar. Ow! You motherfucker! Back off! Okay, I'm kind of stuck on a rock and a hard place. So the bottles of honey make sugar. And I have empty bottles. I can make pumpkin pie now.
Oh, this place is fucking huge. Stop
That's
standing
what
still
she
when there's
said.
enemies right behind you.
I have a gift for you.
Okay.
Come get your gift. I made you pie! Do you not want your pie?
I'm full inventory right now.
Oh. I guess we should leave and come back then?
Probably an idea, yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow. Because these things have stuff in them too. Oh.
Hmm? Some emeralds down here if you can grab them.
Yeah, I'll see if I can. I'm kind of full and I've got stuff in my inventory too. Can I toss the I'll toss the cobblestone. Toss out the buttons.
This is definitely like a lot bigger of a place than I thought it was.
Yeah. Toss out the mushrooms. Don't think we really need a barrel, do we?
Yeah, you realize where you stood, you're just instantly picking up everything you were throwing away.
Yeah, well, I need the copper that I dropped.
I mean, you don't, but okay.
Okay, fine, then I'll leave it.
Hey, you wanna come grab these emeralds?
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
And then there's some more over here.
You swear on your life. Oh,
Alright, let's go.
we got a buddy. I helped.
Yeah.
Got ads in 9 minutes, so great. I see you down there.
Yeah, there's more stuff down here if you want to come grab.
I see you down there, Link.
Hey, you got space for coal?
I have coal on me, so yeah. I have an ender pearl. Hey, hold on a second. Take this since
What?
you're the one fighting more than I am.
Well, part of I don't have room.
Alright, I'll pick it up back up then! I found a door over here.
Is.
I got more emeralds. And arrows and a bow. Over here. I'm grabbing the bow and leaving the scaffolding. I don't think we really need scaffolding, do we?
I mean, it's useful for building, but that's kind of it.
Then we don't need it.
Some more emeralds down here.
Alright, I'm on my way. I say as I fall.
Good job.
You know!
Yeah?
I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. Hello. There's a stone pickaxe in this barrel, and there's more scaffolding in this one. Okay. And a stone axe in that one. Wasn't a cloud in the sky. Diamonds, I'll grab those since I'm already carrying diamonds. There's a trident in here. I can grab the arrows since I'm already carrying those. I don't think we really need that. I don't think we really need dispensers. I'll grab the trident. Where'd you go? Did you go up?
Yeah.
Okay. This place is fracking huge! Another one of those, huh?
Yeah. If we had any keys.
Yeah, I don't have one. Next day dead. Alright, I'm just gonna run ads real quick since we're not doing anything important. And I will see everyone on the other side.
I went back up. Yeah. Hey, there's a bunch of fish down here.
And welcome back from ads, Ohana. I have no idea what we're doing.
I may have inadvertently killed a few of them, but, you know.
I thought we were heading back.
It will be. I'm just, so shiny.
Hey, there's a Nemo in there. Don't scare the Nemo! You're terrible.
Might not allow. Fine, fine. I'll let the fish flounder and die alone. Maybe that one just fell to its death.
They fell to their death, did they?
Yep. Some of them did.
What does this do? What's the enchant? I have an enchanted book.
You can use that to apply an enchant on, like, piece of gear.
Oh, okay.
See, look, here are the fish. Look, they're right next to you.
Oh, look at them! They're cute. I have a
Oh,
water bucket.
fuck.
Can you get one in the bucket?
Maybe? I don't fucking know.
Hold on. I'm having a thought. Here, have a bucket.
Yeah! What part of my inventory is full?
I thought you had empty
get?
inventory! Do you think I could possibly get one?
Give it a go.
Okay. I'll just go down there, I guess, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Come here, fishy. No! I got a fishy!
Enjoy your fish.
Wait a second. I'm gonna see if I can get this one. Come here. My bucket does not want to fill up now.
Probably because you have to get water from a full source. And this is not full sources of water.
Look at the fishy!
Mm-hmm.
Ah! Hello.
Oh well.
Yeah, no. Trying to jump, and I can't jump. Up.
So can I jump like 2 blocks high, dude? Oh, 1 block high.
Fishy, get in my bucket. Okay, fine, don't. Bye. I'm like, nah. They're like, nah, we heard about you. We're fucking out of here. You're insane. Give me like 2 seconds. I need to turn this down a bit. There we go. Yeah, the fish said they heard about me, and I'm crazy, so they don't want anything to do with me. Which is fair. I wouldn't want anything to do with me either, fish. Hello! I will be by your side. Nothing's here with her now. We've almost made it home!
Yeah.
What the hell?
Fuck's sake.
Did we have a visitor?
Yeah.
Was it a green penis?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it! Stupid green penis!
Yeah.
So much shit! You say you're okay, I'm gonna heal you anyway. brought home a barrel, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I did. I got some seeds. You want those?
Sure.
There you go. I also have this golden apple I don't know what to do with.
You can use it. Why do you keep throwing me pumpkin?
Because you're my pumpkin!
I'll pumpkin you.
I was taking a drink, goddammit! You threw a fish at me!
Yep.
Why?
Get fished.
You get fished.
I'm too busy fishing you.
I'll fish you. I don't even know what that means.
Me neither.
But yeah, there's enchanted stuff in here. Like, there's an enchanted axe. I got a trident as well. I don't know if you want the trident.
I also have one, so.
Alright, well then I'll just take it with me, I guess. I got flower pots too, which I guess you could plant stuff in. The honey you can turn into sugar. We now have 12 things of gold. We have 12 gold ingots now.
Yeesh.
What? Fish? What?
Mm-hmm.
6 string on my back. I play for keeps. 'Cause I might make it back. I need food. Guess I'll go try and find food. I'm not gonna go too far though.
Uh-huh.
I said I'm not. Why don't you believe me?
Because this is you we're talking about.
Rude.
Look, you see a thing and then you go, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
You know what? I have ADHD. What do you want from me? I'm easily distracted.
I know.
This is ADHD for you. I see flowers, but that's not gonna help me any. can't eat flowers. I mean, yes, you can. There are some you can eat, but not these. These are not edible.
I mean, you're not trying hard enough.
You know what?
Yeah?
You're not trying hard enough.
I know I'm not. I don't want to try. I leave all the random things to be eaten to you. I don't know.
The heck? I thought for a second I was dropping frames. But I'm not. I'm good.
Hmm.
That's a doggo? Doggo!
Yeah.
Come back,
If you
doggo!
want, you can tame doggo.
How? Doggo!
Hmm?
Doggo! I want pupper!
You give doggo bones.
Well, I don't have bones! But
Well, we have bones back at base.
I want pupper! Looks like a husky. I want husky. I found mushrooms. Those should be edible. Okay, they're not edible. Why are these not edible?
Because you can't eat them by
I
themselves.
found a pig! That's edible. Now I gotta find my way back. Found a sheep.
Look.
That's edible.
Your ass is lost again.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh well, have fun.
Wow!
Look, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where you went, so I can't help you.
Up.
Not helpful, dear.
Found another pig. How is it that I managed to get lost?
Because I don't have you on a leash. I don't know.
True. Well, I found something where I'm at.
Oh dear, where the fuck are you?
Good question. I don't even know. But where I'm at, I'm at least making food because I found a place to cook food.
Hmm.
And I have a torch. Yeah, I found a fern. It's like a house. Like a white house that I found. I have my map. How do I use map? Is there any way to make this bigger?
Yeah, like right click, I'm pretty sure.
No. Because I thought maybe if I made it bigger, I could tell you where I am. Ah! Back off. Can you look at stream and maybe figure out where I am?
I don't know. Like,
Well, I can't.
again,
There's
all
a
the
bed
terrain
here.
looks the same. What do you want from me?
At least I have a bed. Yeah, that's the problem. All the terrain does look the same.
Maybe it's small because we've got a shield equipped. I don't know.
Yeah, I killed another zombie. I'm gonna go back this way, I guess. Yeah, here's the flowers. Okay. That's a fox. At least I think that's a fox. These are all the no. These are all the flowers. Oh, hello! I actually did a thing. I've been using my bow and I've been fighting.
Come on, let's get your ass back.
Okay. Thought you'd be proud of me.
I am. Also, I'm mad at you. He's like, oh, I'll just walk off a little bit. Proceeds to get fucking lost.
I always get lost!
Popper.
Yes! The good boy! I want your baby! It looks like a husky. Am I not allowed to want it?
I'm not saying you can't. But like...
Jesus. Minecraft really brings out the bots. It's insane how many have come out out for this.
There you go.
Thanks. Here you go. I don't know what these do, but there you go. And I got wool, and I brought you carpet, and flesh, and a redstone torch.
Okay, then.
I don't know!
I love how you could put this stuff away with like, nah, this is your problem, you gotta deal with it now.
Yep. Now I gotta go try and find the puppy again.
I'll accompany you. Otherwise, you're gonna get lost again.
You're right.
Come on.
I need, like, a baby leash.
Yeah, you really do.
What's this? Did you stick a fishing pole on me?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Is this my baby leash?
Yep.
Oh, great. This is my baby leash, apparently. I didn't realise I needed a baby leash.
I heard it. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is.
Oh. Poo-poo. No, don't run further. What do I do? You want your bone?
You get bones. Yeah. There you go.
There's 2
Got
of
a
them!
little collar. Yeah, so the one with the collar, you've tamed that one.
There's 2 of them! Do you want another one?
Get... There you go.
Puppers! Come on! You need a good babies! Oh no, my pupper is stuck!
No, you made it sit down.
How do I make it unsit?
Like that.
Oh, okay. Come on! No, it is stuck. Here you go. We got puppers! You cute! They go roof! Roof! I got my puppers now back on the leash. I'm not allowed off the leash.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him. Oh, they even shake the water off. That's so cute. I love it.
There you go.
He has babies.
Now if you want them to stay here, you just right-click on them and, yeah, they'll just stay here.
The babies. They're so cute. This one's channeling its inner cat. This is a dog that runs on cat software, apparently. Oh!
Why you punch doggo?
I didn't mean to! I was trying to eat! There. Sit. There.
Left clicking is not sitting, you're just punching it.
I didn't punch it!
You did! Don't forget to change your bed to this one again.
Yeah. Done.
There you go.
Look at how cute they are! I love them. We need to name them.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna call the one, this one, on the loom, Bolter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And the one on the barrel, your name is Bolt. Yep, Bolter and Bolt. I do have a reasoning for at least Baltar. Because I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Baltar. Have you ever seen that movie?
I don't remember.
Well, in the movie, Baltar is a husky that literally saved a whole entire town by bringing them medicine. It's a true story. It's based on a true story. And Bolt is... Well, there's a movie from Disney called Bolt, and it's a very underrated Disney movie, actually. What did you throw at me now? Soup. Thank you for soup. Why did you throw dirt at me?
I didn't.
Well, I have dirt. I don't know where I got dirt. Did one of you two give me dirt? I think one of them might have given me dirt. Do you want this special iron axe or no?
Not particularly.
Okay, I'll just leave it on there then.
Like, it does more damage, but it's a lot slower.
Okay. We're just gonna have a house full of animals. Because if I find cats, you know we're timing them too, right?
Right. As if I didn't have to keep one thing on a leash.
Wow! Well, if I find more doggos, can I tame the doggos?
You do whatever you want to do.
You tell me to do whatever I want to do. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to do, hmm?
Is you an option?
I don't think we have any mods for that one, but you can try.
That's not Twitch safe. I feel like I'm gonna just expand this out a bit. And the minute I say that, I find more coal. Which I guess is a good thing, because we need that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a lot of coal that I just found. Say what you mean, tell me I'm right. Something down on me. I'm honestly not sure what I'm doing with this area that I've dug out. I mean, I figure we can use it for, like, whatever, you know.
Yeah, we can set up our second dungeon in there. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Nothing left to sell him. Oh, did I tell you? So, I told you I got put on these new meds a couple weeks ago, right?
Mm.
So, I've actually noticed some benefits already.
No?
Yeah, so, you know how I get, like, really bad swelling in my feet and ankles?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually minimized it.
That's good.
Yeah. So, hopefully it'll start working for other stuff too, but at least I'm noticing something rather than not noticing anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also noticed when I take it with my heaviest meal of the day, because that's what I'm supposed to do, I'm not as hungry throughout the day anymore. Like, I'm not wanting to snack a lot. So, here's hoping that more benefits happen with it. But it's nice all the same to see something. Rather than nothing.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, it's a medicine. I looked it up because I was like curious about it. It's a medicine that's typically used for diabetes, but is also a medicine that helps with preventing your body from retaining too much water. Which is, they call that a diuretic. And I think it's really funny because I'm on a medicine to help me with having issues with going to the toilet, with not going so frequently, and then I'm on this! It's like, make it make sense, but okay. But I'm happy nonetheless, because at least, I'm starting to see some progress with the medicine. Rather than no progress.
Stop giving me puffer fish.
What are you trying to get?
Just fish.
Ah. Hello, Bippy. I don't know what to do with all this. I don't need it. I don't know. I was talking to the puppies.
I never would have guessed.
Of course not!
You were totally talking to me. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Trying to figure out what I want to build.
Me? I don't know.
Well, I mean, besides you, but I can't very well build you.
I mean, you could.
Since when?
Just you know, make a bigger version of me. There you go, problem solved.
Do I really need all this cobblestone, or can I just get rid of the full stacks I have?
You can get rid of it.
Okay.
Unless you really want to, like, smelt it so you can turn it into other things.
I mean, we have so much as it is.
Yeah, well, welcome to stone is the most fucking prevalent resource. What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Okay then.
Huh?
I fished something up that isn't a fish.
What is it?
Come see.
Okay, give me a second. That's not how I wanted that to be placed, but okay.
Yeah, there. Like, if you can smelt cobblestone to turn it back into stone. And from there, you can turn it into, like, stone bricks and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to put some stairs down, and one of my stairs decided it wanted to go the wrong way. You'll have to see it, it's really funny. You fished up a hook. That's not a fish!
Yeah. Told you.
That's really not a fish! You should see what happened to my stairs.
Insert fishing hat of choice here. Fish fear me, women fear me, men fear me, I'm all alone. Something like that, I don't know.
Oh, goodness. Stone. We could get a stone. I could build a stone cutter.
I got a bone.
Okay. I have a bowl. Just a bowl.
What, did you think you'd eat the bowl as well with the soup?
Yeah, totally! I'm gonna eat the bowl! Nom nom yum! Fiber!
Yeah, alright. Aliens, am I right? Sheesh.
I mean, look. I could do worse things and not eat them.
I'm looking.
I could do worse.
I don't know what kind of look you're wanting, but you're getting one.
I'm
sure
sure
you
it's a
can figure
look
out
of
which.
you're shaking your head at me.
Sure, yeah. It's definitely a head, that.
I made a stone cutter. What's the cauldron for?
Yes. Honestly, couldn't tell you. Yes, fish caught and bite. Ooh.
Well, I have a stone cutter now.
Why?
It can cut things! might be useful. The doggos are looking at you. They're tilting their heads. It's so cute. They're like, what are you doing? That's so cute. Is this what I'm supposed to eat?
Yeah.
Alright.
Enjoy.
I can't eat it.
Man, you're just not trying hard enough.
I tried! I'll make more pickaxes because I need them.
Fair enough.
Hellbent on loving you all night long. Hellbent on the don't you say turn me on. What that?
Hmm?
Oh. Soup! Thank you, I needed food.
Don't say I don't get you anything.
You don't give me nothing!
Alright, I'll
bowl
keep the
is-
salmon to myself as
That
well.
bowl is empty! You don't feed me!
You want?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Please? Food! My food! No, Bolt, this is not your food, it's mine. I actually had a dog that liked salmon. Like, really liked salmon.
Hmm.
Anytime you would get salmon packets or salmon in a can or whatever, the minute the dog smelled it, they'd be right at your ankles trying to get salmon. They'd be like, give.
Slamming in a flam.
I bet you can't guess which dog it was.
John Doggington.
Come on now.
I don't know.
It was a dog that was obsessed with you when you visited.
Yeah. I don't know then. Yeah.
Bullshit, you don't know.
Yeah, you had like 20 million dogs. How am I supposed to know?
Uh-huh, okay.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, and aliens and they-thems and everyone else in between, he is lying. I only had one dog.
Nah. They just took in shifts appearing. So it looked like it was just the one dog, but actually it was like at least 50 of them.
Sure.
All pretending to be Dell desktops or something. I don't know.
Okay. But want from me? Just don't give up. I'm working it out. Please don't give in. I will let you down. Need a second to breathe. Just keep coming around. What do you want from me? Do you want to go back to that spot at some point?
I mean, we can do if you want.
I mean, there was lots of stuff.
Oh, lots of stuff.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Am I wrong?
I have no idea, sir. You could save my life.
Alright, well, I have some food on me.
Second to breathe and just keep coming around.
Hey, come.
Oh, you. Oh my god, how many fucking bots is that today? It's ridiculous. I didn't realize the Minecraft category brought out the bots.
Mm-hmm.
No, I really didn't.
You coming?
Yeah, I'm just getting this coal. Figured it was important. Where'd you go?
You're important.
I mean, yeah, so are you.
Nah.
Yeah. Just don't give up. Oh. Damn it! I tried.
You're fine.
It went around the
I
corner
killed
too
the
quickly.
child.
We got
Give your arrow
ads.
back.
So, I'm gonna run the ads.
How could you?
Welcome back from ads, oh Hannah. We're just walking our way back. Our eyes, prince in the green dye. No trade second grade. That's all I have to say. Ow!
I guess these reset.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm helping. I'm helping.
Yeah.
I'm actually helping this time. Shit, shit. Oh god, they're still hitting me. And I have no food now, great. Thank you. I'll knock that one down. Oh, got it.
Someone gave food.
Huh?
Oh, they gave food.
Oh.
Break them?
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't look like it.
No, I don't want to listen to this. Why is it that the stuff keeps getting louder, even though I have it set to not be that loud? Yeah. Ow! I'll take those arrows, thank you. There's potions of weakness in here. Oh, glass bottle. We'll just take that. Why not? Glass bottle might be useful. I think, anyway. I don't know. I'm trying to help.
I know. Bread.
Whoa. My bread.
There you go. Arrows.
Thank you.
No keys, though.
Yeah. Oh no. I noticed that there were no keys. And this is just potions of poison in there.
Yeah, so like, so the spawn is reset, but like the chest and whatnot though.
Yeah. I think I went too far down. I did. Yeah, because there's just scaffolding in there. Did I just leave scaffolding in this one? No, there's dispensers in that one, that's right. There's nothing in there. Thank you.
Look at you go, Sniper Elite over there.
Watch me not be able to do that ever again, or like I wouldn't be able to do it in a game, in another game. It's easy enough in this one, but no way in hell would I be able to do it somewhere else.
Meh.
I mean, I'd love to be able to do it somewhere else, but no.
Just takes practice.
True. A flame in your heart.
Oh, this one gave us keys.
Oh, nice. Desire. And one is you. No other will do. Sometimes I wonder if the people lurking and stuff are annoyed by me singing or if they like it. Like if I like annoyed by me randomly singing or if they like it.
I mean, they're still looking, aren't they?
Sure.
If they didn't enjoy it, they'd leave.
True.
So, you know.
I can't help it, okay? The playlist is good, man.
You're good.
No, you.
No, you.
I don't know. I'll just randomly sing. I can't help it. It's a thing. What is that? Oh, it's a barrel. And an item hopper. Okay. Oh. Bleh. Your torch. Ah! Wait for a chance to go. Got it! Sit up, sit up, it's a kangaroo court. So the carrots I can just eat. That's all they're good for, is food. It's literally a carrot that was covered in gold. Not even kidding.
I mean, you can use it for other things later, but yeah.
I mean, I need food, so...
You're fine.
I'ma eat it. I come out to feed. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Sit up, sit up, sit up. It's a kangaroo court. And I just fell.
Good job.
It's fine. I'm gonna be sniper elite again. Since that's what you said I am on sniper elite, apparently. Okay. I'm done. I'm almost dead.
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah. I know. I died. Yeah. I'm talking to the puppies.
I never would have guessed.
They're like, you came back! You're naked! Yes, I'm naked. You survived, apparently.
Yeah. Just.
I'm ready. I'm really upset because I like that bow.
I got it.
Okay. I will venture out. I grabbed food. I'll venture out to you, I guess. Or try to, anyway.
My fucking god, these wind elementals are so obnoxious.
Yeah, the blowback. Yeah, the blowback is annoying. Oh no.
Whatever. Lost all our stuff. Whatever.
Oh well. It happens. Hi.
Bye.
Here, let me... If you want to try and go back for our stuff, here.
I mean, it's... Okay.
I figured I'd give you some food so we can try and go back for it.
Hmm.
I have some fish on me, so that's why I gave you the potatoes. stay down there, green penis. Oh god, that was great timing. I said, you stay down there, green penis, and the song literally just goes, ew. Right after I said it. Hi, S-Fan, how are you? I wanna love you. Me away from you. Ow! I just fell. That's fine. This is fine, hi! How was your weekend, S-Fan? Did you get up into anything exciting? I'm sorry. You looking for our stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you asshole.
Got him.
Good. Here, I picked up your leggings. And there's your fishing rod. There's your helmet. Here's a compass for you. Did you have a stone hoe on you?
Yeah. I also had a, like, iron pick.
Okay. There's one for you. Did you have a stone pick on you as well?
I don't think so.
I know you had a shield. So there's a shield. There's a sword.
No, that's your shield.
Oh. I think you had those. I think those are yours. I don't think you had this disc. And I didn't have these potions, so those are definitely yours.
I think for the time being, we're sorted.
Okay.
Anything else we could sort out later.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad the weekend was good at least. There's snowballs in here.
There's eggs in this one.
Go away, small child! I am not your mother! I'm also not your alien! I'll grab the eggs. There's eggs in this one too, holy shit. We have 14 eggs now. Any keys?
No, I think, well, I mean, we still have to kill the rest of the mobs.
Okay. That's all potions of poison.
There you go, arrows.
Oh, thank you. Brick.
That's one of them done.
It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door. Take this water. Just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Oh, I'm getting a raid. Hi, Raiders! Hi, JC! How are you? Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Stitch. I am your friendly non-binary alien demon here on Twitch. I am also best friends with the Mothman, and I use they, them pronouns exclusively. But welcome in, Raiders. Let me get you a shout out. Oh, thank you! This is me. Let me get you a shout out. What did you get up to? Oh, there's another wind elemental asshole out here, I think. Yeah, I felt. Absolutely. I am just playing some Minecraft with my other half, guys.
Ish.
Oh, I'm sorry you're not doing well.
Well, we got 2 keys.
2 keys, okay.
So, I just pick a chest that you want to open and, you know,
yeah.
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, true. This one looks like it might have food in it and honey or something. I don't know. Where am I? Oh, God. Really? Allow that. Yeah, I get it. We discovered this weird trial area. This is my second time ever playing it. I first started playing it last night with Kaiser. And I said, hey, do you want to play today, or what do you want to do? And he was like, sure. So, we've kind of been going through this trial area.
Found a book of what I'm gonna do to you.
I found books, too! I got 2 enchanted books, Riptide 2, an Impaling 5, 4, Honey Bottle, a Wind Charge.
No. Okay, fair
What?
enough.
What?
I said I found a book of what I'm gonna do to you.
I'm guessing
and you just had
Impaling.
no reaction.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing. I get it though, migraine. I suffer with migraines, so I get it. If you need to head off, I understand. I really do. But I appreciate the raid. I've been a migraine sufferer pretty much all my life, so I totally get that. I think it was, what, last week I had to cancel the stream because I had a really bad migraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was last week.
I think that's everything in this room.
Okay. This is kind of cool, though, this, like, trial thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm learning. Yeah, unfortunately, with my family history— Cake! It's not a lie!
Yep.
I'll take 2, you take 2.
Nom. Oh. Forgot about that cake. Oh, my bad.
What? I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. See, this is why you can't have us together on a stream. No, but I get it. My family, it's kind of a history with them that all the female presenting in my family suffer with migraines for some weird reason. This is us every day, pretty much. This is our relationship in a nutshell. Is there an angry wind bastard down there? Yeah, there is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck you! Go suck a fat wind cock! That makes you happy.
Yep. I don't think there's such a thing as a wind cock dip, but I mean, if you can find one.
There might be. I'm not gonna say there isn't. blow yourself. Come on. Blow yourself. It doesn't want to blow itself.
Guess it's just not into that.
I guess not. It's into blowing other people.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, I'm down here with it now. No! I'm gonna die! Fuck you!
It really does not like you.
It doesn't like the jokes I made. It said I don't want to get... It does not like my jokes. I get it.
Did you break the cake?
I did.
You have to right click to eat it, there.
Ah! Okay, I've eaten my cake. Okay. We're safe. For now.
Oh no.
Splash of poison potion. That's great. Oh, you can make mushroom stew with a brown mushroom and a red mushroom. And a bowl.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know this.
Well, now you do.
Yes, now I do. I have no food. Can I eat this bottle of honey? Oh my god, you can! Can I eat this? Proceeds to try. Yes, you can. There you go. You now know you can eat the honey bottle. Oh, thank you for the Jackie potato. Why are you throwing that? Why? Am I just gonna be the keeper of the eggs now?
Oh yeah, it's for your pet collection.
Okay, apparently I am the keeper of the eggs now. I did not realize I was the keeper of the eggs.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Did you fall?
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, any of us.
Sure. Stop falling, please.
No,
Okay, fine.
I can't. Every time I see you, I fall deeper in love with you.
Oh, you.
Yes, dude?
I love you, Tar.
I know, it's crazy. I can make non-horny remarks, like gasp.
Oh my god. He is, isn't he?
Cute? Nah, fake news.
Don't make me whip out the art you got me for Valentine's Day.
Go ahead.
Oh, I plan on it. Alright, I'm whipping out the art you got me for Valentine's Day. Give me like...
Where'd you go? Oh, you're just digging a hole. Okay.
Yeah, I'm digging a hole. Give me like 2 seconds and I'll show you. So large. Hold on. I gotta shrink it.
Nah, you cannot shrink my love for you.
Oh, Lord. There. That's the art he got me for Valentine's Day. I did. This is my own personal model. I debuted on the 14th of February. So, with this model, that means that I will be doing, eventually doing merchandise and other things. Yeah. Ah, thank you for drink. And posture check. Oh my god, really? Thank you for the drink, dog. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna do, when I can get the funds together, I'm gonna be doing merchandise. Right now, I'm in the process of waiting on new emotes that I commissioned. I should have those the end of this month. I was digging because you were digging there. Are we done?
I think so. Because I think those red chests are, it's like a super rare chance to get a key, question mark? Because like the trial keys weren't working on them.
Okay.
It's like not like there's a boss or anything.
Yeah.
And yes, my dearest does have a tail.
Yes, I do. Hold on. And I screenshotted the game by accident. Oops. Oh, well.
Good job.
Yes, but there's my tail. Yeah, I see this red chest.
Careful where you swing that thing. You might poke me with it.
Sorry. I'll put it away. There you go. And I also have this. I had a tail on the original one that I was using, but you didn't see it because it was very small. And not...
Plus you mostly kept the cam, like...
Yeah.
Higher up, so...
Yeah, I mean, I kinda had to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also kept the cam higher up from that tail, but I did have a smaller tail. But no, this one is fully mine. I waited... God, I don't know, a couple of months, I think it was a couple of months, maybe a little bit longer. Aw, thank you. But I'm a big fan of plague doctors, so I had to. I was like, I gotta have a plague doctor mask. My model parent is linked below in the panels below. Her card is linked down there. Yeah, yeah, I debuted Valentine's Day of this year. And you may, absolutely. She's amazing to work with. I absolutely adore her. She is very, very sweet. She was actually lurking during my debut and was so excited just to see the model moving and everything. Excuse me, I'm trying to have a conversation. Rude ass zombie thing. These guys are being rude. Honestly, she's very talented. She did not only did she do the artwork for my model, she also did the rigging. I'm gonna have to eat egg.
You can't eat egg.
Well, shit. Oh shit, I threw egg!
I told you can't eat egg.
I threw egg instead!
Look, food behind you.
Okay. And I just threw my bow. I am dumb. Yeah, she's super talented. And her communication is top notch. She constantly communicates and sends works in progress. Yeah, I honestly couldn't have asked for a better model parent. It's funny, she found me. I had posted just innocently on Blue Sky about how I was saving up for a model, this, that, and the next, and she was like, I'm not a bot, just so you know, but I would love to work on a model for you. I died again. Fuck! Hey, boys! I'm back! And pretty much I talked to her, and I had enough to commission the art and the cutting first, and then I had enough after that was all done to commission for the rigging. And she was more than willing to include, like, the toggles I wanted. I hate those guys with the poison arrows. Great. I just want to go back and get her shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you are in the market for a model parent, or just even a rigger or someone to do the model art, honestly, look at her stuff. I can't sing her praises enough. She honestly did amazing work. I know I started the commission like last year. I mean, it was done by what, January of this year? January-ish? Like the end of January, I think? of this year? For everything? I don't want to say so. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. Hi.
Hi, just give me a moment.
Yeah. You're teaching him a lesson for killing us.
Well done. We're all done. Okay, go ahead. Go grab your stuff.
Okie dokie. Oh, what's that? I think that's everything. Feel like this is everything.
Uh-huh.
I'm just sorting everything. Yeah, that's everything. What you got that? Oh, Betsy!
Got a crossbow.
Ooh! Fancy!
Alright, well, I guess this is a place. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a place, yeah. Oh, shit! As I fall. And you had a green penis attack you. I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Unfortunately for the green penis, I know how to handle a big schmeat. Mm-hmm.
I killed the Zombo.
Good job.
That was definitely a green penis. I don't know how it walks other than using the balls as feet, but that would hurt, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the question is, why does it have 4 testicles then?
I don't know. I have questions and I don't want answers.
Then you don't have questions then.
I do, but I don't want answers to them. There's a difference.
Uh-huh.
I can have questions that don't need answers. Or don't require them. I mean, yeah, maybe it does, Dragon. How are you doing? Maybe it does, Inchworm Crawl. We're going back to the puppers. Where is the boys? I've got to see my boys. These are my children. These are my children! Hi, boys! You absolutely know I do not mind giving all the info. Yeah! So we have 2 boys. The one over here on the left is Boltar, and the one on the right is Bolt. These are our boys. I love them. I found them. I was wandering around and I found one. And so I got one. I found the one, and then you know I got lost because I do that. And Kaiser had to come get me, and the one had a friend. So we now have two. I'll snag these arrows. Pig. I'm hoping that maybe we can find kitty cats at some point.
I think they're mostly in the jungle.
Yeah, I get that. I absolutely get that. Yeah, I'm terrible. I went out and, you know, I was like, I found a doggo. Can we bring it home? And Kaz was like, well, you could tame it with barns, and we happen to have barns. So I has doggos now. Well, okay, so in my defense, right, I only saw the one. And the one led us to a second one. So we now have two. Because of me. Finding one. Yeah! So we have two. We have Bolto and Bolt. Kaiser's fishing again. See, I'm not allowed to go off on my own because I get lost. And then Kaiser has to come rescue me. I'm only allowed to go as far as he can see me. If he can't see me, I'm in trouble. I get in trouble. Huh. That's interesting. I wouldn't know what to do on that one. I honestly would not know what to do without on that one with the truck. My only suggestion would be to bring it to like a garage or something and have them look at it. Yeah, see, if I go too far, Kaiser pulls the fishing rod out and uses it like a baby leash. And throws it at me. So I can't get lost. See? I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to go too far.
Oh, blimey, what a big catch.
That's my baby leash. I'm not allowed to leave. if you can't, there's always the like I said, always going to a garage and talking to someone there and seeing if they can't help you. Ooh, I found copper again. Yeah, you know, it does definitely have some fine ass on it. I can't deny you on that one. A very, plump fish. Ooh, ow. Ah, paper cuts suck.
Biggest fish in the West.
I hate paper cuts. And what sucks with paper cuts too is when you get one, for whatever reason, all of the painful, like, citrus and stuff seems to find it and make it worse. I just broke that, okay. Yeah. Especially when they're in the joint like that, and there's nothing you can really do. You can't really put a band-aid on it. You can't bandage it, because if it's in the joint, bandages don't seem to stay in there. At least that's what I've noticed. Bandages don't like to stay in joints. Yeah. See, and that's the thing, it doesn't matter what you do with them, they do come off. The only ones that don't seem to come off are those waterproof bandages. Those are the ones that seem to stick forever. Yeah. I'm making another exit, apparently. Yeah, medical tape, yeah. That's an option. Yep, I've made another exit. Damn, the bots are really out in it today. I don't know what it is, but this is the most I have seen. Yeah, I've seen that. I've done that before. True. Sometimes it is more effective. You have a good night. I hope you feel better. Thank you again for the ride. Oh. Did you fish up shoes? You fished up boats! Absolutely. Why are you fishing up shoes? Stop throwing your shoes at me! He's throwing shoes at me! Send help, he's throwing shoes at me. That's an act of aggression.
Hey, dear.
Yeah?
You should stop wasting your pickaxe on sand and dirt and whatnot.
Okay.
Because if you just, like, punch it with literally anything, it's the same digging speed as the pickaxe.
Oh, okay.
You're just wasting your ability.
Okay.
If you want to break those things quickly, you can make a shovel.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you can figure out how to shovel.
Yes. You have
Right,
ads
there you go.
in 9 minutes, so I'm gonna run ads now, that way they don't interrupt anything, you don't see everyone on the other side of the ads. As I hit the wrong button again. At the West Spacey. Keep her up and away we'll go away, Santiana. She's a fast clipper ship. Away, Santiana. Either up and away we'll go. Just so you know, I have 11 people watching right now. That's 10 minus you. So you're not affecting my stream at all. People are enjoying it.
Big news.
I have fucking Minecraft drops? I have Minecraft drops.
Okay.
Alright then. I did not know that. Because I got a card for a skin because I'm lurking on my own channel because I do that. So I have drops. Alright.
As per skin? Like, isn't that just for consoles? What's this for?
Welcome back from ads, Ohana. I didn't realize that I had drops for Minecraft. But alright. It's for a skin, apparently. Kinda neat, I guess. I had no clue. The more you know, I guess. I honestly had no clue that there were drops going on. I just honestly wanted to play this with you. So, you know, kinda cool, I guess, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I kinda want to explore this area. But we don't have any way to get down there safely. Not that I know of, anyway.
Yeah, no idea what the fuck that code's for.
It says it's a skin or something. But yeah, I was looking at the other areas we haven't gotten down to explore yet. Trying to figure out how we could possibly get down there.
I mean, easily.
Yeah, but then getting back up.
Again, easily.
Fair. Half my life's in the books and written pages. And sages. All the things we do come back to. Sing with me, sing for the year. game has technically a map, but it's very tiny, and you have to build it. It also has a compass. But that, I mean, a lot of games do have, but you have to build them. Or, you know, craft them at some point. Hello.
So where are you wanting to go?
I was thinking over here. Oh, right, that works, yeah. Water works. Water elevator. Why didn't I think of that? I see you, green penis! I killed the green penis.
I put my torches away, folks.
Well, the green penis is dead, so... Oh, no! There's another one! Oh, look at all this coal down here. The water's good for being an elevator. No liquor left on the shelf. I should probably introduce myself. I had a cane and a party hat. I was the king of this hologram. It's went out of hand. I saw you, bat. Where'd you go?
It's just bats.
Oh, are they not evil? Do I not have to kill them?
No.
Okay. Champagne, cocaine, gasoline, and most things in between.
Very rude that you think bats are evil. Right?
Well, I mean, I don't, but in this game, you can never trust anything.
Nah, you think they're evil. That's fucked up.
No, I don't.
I'm telling every bat so they can squeak at you now.
Squeak! It's a hell of a feeling, though. Right, alright. What are these footprints? They don't look very human-like. Oh, I'm getting some good stuff here. Got some more coal over here. And then I also got raw iron.
Don't mind me.
Okay. I was just... Ooh, more coal. Yeah, bats are really interesting creatures. And they're not actually blind. That saying blind as a bat is not true. They just have they have poor eyesight. They're not blind, though. Told you time and time again, I'm not as think as you drunk I am. Hiyo. I said hi to the bat and it squeaked at me. I'm now Batman.
Sure, dude.
Yeah, I'm Batman.
So I won't tell the alien that Batman does in fact not speak to bats.
I'm Batman. Listen, I know Batman doesn't in fact speak to bats, okay?
He's not really Batman. He's just Man.
He is. He's Man. He's not really Batman. Batman. But there's Man-Bat in his rogues gallery, which is actually a bat. That is actually a man.
Oh, there you go. He is the Batman.
He is, like, but he says his name's actually Man-Bat. Yeah, true. Echolocation is more useful in dark areas. Very true. Is that? Yeah, that's coal over there. It's like the road that you travel on. The next day, go. Turn your back to the wind. Anymore. We won't hesitate. Look down the garden gate. There's no much time left to wait. I hope you have a good day at work, and I hope you get your stuff sorted with your truck. If you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. But it's all around. I'm not alone in there. It's a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. This song can be taken a lot of different ways. It can. I knocked my own torch down. Good for me. You and I. I'm just trying to see everything that's here, honestly. Because I'm finding...
Ooh.
Ooh, what'd you find?
Found a mine shaft.
Ooh! Very nice. I just made a zombie go bye-bye. I'm proud of myself.
Good job.
That is lava. I do not want to touch the lava.
If you want, we can go explore this mine shaft.
Sure. I'll go explore the mine shaft with you. Explore the mines of Moria. Let me just grab this last piece of coal. Because I found some more coal. Oh, hello. Because I know we can always use the coal, so... That's why I'm, like, trying to grab it when I see it. See, I found lava. I found the stuff you don't want to find. Can you make the bats pets?
I don't think so.
Oh, I wanted a pet bat. I have to be...
Mods.
True. have to be super goth and get a pet bat. There we go, have a little light on the subject. I am trying to figure out how you got up there. Oh, this way? Yeah. Maybe? No. How did you get up there? Hi. Oh, over there. I'm stupid!
Literally stood right next to the way up.
How'd you get up there? Standing right next to it, because I'm oblivious. Ooh. Minecart with chest.
Mm-hmm.
The minecart is voluptuous, apparently.
I mean, it doesn't compare to your chest, but, I mean, it's trying.
I mean, yeah, it can try all at once. It's not gonna win. I brought torches, somewhat. Ooh, there's more coal here. Someone has dynamite, apparently.
Yeah, it's just my explosive personality. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have a wonderful personality. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
You do. Time I felt it. I've got that feeling tonight. Okay. That feeling tonight. So much coal. Where did you go? Boom! Big old boom. Hello.
Hello.
I mean, true. You are hot stuff.
No.
The game is just recognizing this. I appreciate the game recognizing this. I just got more iron.
Don't go wrong with more iron.
When you plan to fly, if you can't, then you just free fall. I have 4 torches left. 3. Tor.
I mean, you can always make more. There's literally wood around here.
Yeah, true.
Here you go, there. Another chest that's trying to sway me with its, charms, yeah, I don't know.
That's saying you want me.
Mm-hmm. You wanna come teach it a lesson or something? I don't know.
Sure. I'm just getting some wood.
Yeah?
Yeah. I gotta make torches. Where'd you? Oh, you're over that way. Okay. I can't see shit. I'm gonna make some torches real quick. Alright. 48 torches. That should be good, right? Oh. Powered rail. Glowberries. Apple. Iron. Melon seeds?
There you go, you can grow your own melons.
I don't need to, I've already got, thanks.
Well, a backup pair, I don't know.
A backup pair. There we go. Dead end. Dead end again?
Yep. Oh, that was like just a loop. Oh.
It is, it's just a loop.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I think that's kind of it.
Yeah. Looks like it. Let's see. Anything? There we go.
Yeah, I think we're done, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I'll just grab that block. Oh! I hear something.
As you once again have just wandered off.
No! Hello. Ow! Oh. What did you throw at me? A name tag? Okay.
Yeah. So you could officially name your doggos.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. We have to get an anvil, but we probably have enough iron for it.
I mean, I do have some iron on me. That is copper. Oh my god! Saribot is on it today. Every time I turn around to look at chat, it's like there's another spam bot that Saribot has just eaten.
Hmm.
Why is this? Why is this? Why is Minecraft, like, drawing out all of the spam bots? I don't get it. I really don't.
I don't know. I reckon we should probably head back.
Yeah. Where did you go? I've lost you. Oh, there you are.
Hmm.
Hmm?
Oh.
Ah. Oh, there's more iron here. Let me just grab that real quick. Oh! Hold on. I found lapis lazuli as well.
Good job.
Found 22 lapis lazuli. It was underneath the iron. What the heck?
It's the support beam for like one of the platforms. The
Okay.
mine, yeah.
Hello. That's copper. Which you said we don't really need.
Yeah, I didn't really see a use for it.
Yeah, they found some more iron, so I'll grab that. Everybody, put up your hands, sing, I don't wanna be in love, I don't wanna be in love. Hello, best friends. And I'm out of torches. Thank you. There's something over there. There's something down here. I don't want... Over here. Because it was glowing before I put torches out. I don't know.
Well, there's lava over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just... We're going deeper. Did I help?
Go.
Okay, because I can't see. So, I don't know if I'm helping or not when I can't fucking see. I got redstone dust. I'm not sure if that's good or not.
I mean, if you know how to use it, it can be useful. Otherwise, meh.
Well, I have it.
It's mostly for, like, making automation stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much.
Okay, well, I mean, I saw it. It was something different. I was like, okay, what is this? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Instant stairs. Ow! I fell.
Good job.
making dollars, at least I'm making sense.
Oh wait, yeah, we came up from there, yeah.
Yeah. No more torch. Torch, go bye-bye. I can barely see.
Well, let's just head back to them.
Okay. How rude.
Mm-hmm.
Ambushing us in the dark. How rude. Are you kidding me? Take my arrows back, thank you. I guess you saw some iron or something.
Mm-hmm.
All in all, been a very successful day. Other than me dying several times over.
Happened.
I mean, I can't be trusted to grade to my own, apparently.
Correct. Yeah, it was here.
Water elevator! Oh, water elevator! I'm trying to ride you!
I mean, if you need help riding something, just...
Hang on a second. Green penis. I killed it.
I hope the penis isn't green, because,
I cannot get up the elevator! Every time I try, I fall down.
You're pressing forward too much. You just need to get into the middle of it and then just hold space.
Okay. I'm trying. There we go. No! Hello.
Good job.
I got away from purple glory eyes just in time.
Well, he won't fuck with you so long as you don't look at him.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I can never be too careful. I I brought gunpowder back because I killed the green penis. I also have melon seeds, if you want those. The hell?
I mean, if you want to grow some melons there, by all means, go ahead. But yeah, if you put the name tag in there,
Yeah.
and just instead of name tag, you put whatever you want to name it.
Okay.
And then at the end, you see the name tag.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there you go.
And then
You right-click it with a dog you want. No, in your hand.
Oh,
You have to.
Okay.
There you go.
He's decided that he wants to be on the bed. So we need another one. We need another one for Bolt. Bolter, you need to get off the bed, dear. Okay, if you want to be on the chest, come here. No, no. Bolter, I want to sit. I want to go to bed. Bolter says no. That there. I have 2 bowls.
Bowls, right. Did I mishear you initially? Yes.
I'm sure you did.
I was like, yeah, you're being Captain Obvious there, of course you do. Well, it's like, hey, wait a second.
But I think we'll get off one end here, yeah? I mean, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, can do.
Okay. Let me switch scenes here. Alright, I just want to say thank you everyone for today, hanging out with me, let me try out something a little new. We are gonna go find someone to raid. Let's see who's on that we can send this over to. I found our raid target. I will be live tomorrow with probably Spiritfarer. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. But I had a lot of fun today. And I mean, Kaiser and I might make this a regular thing. Who knows? But yeah, we are gonna go raid Catwen. Cat's currently playing the Isle. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And remember that you are loved, you are valid, and you matter, and do something to make someone smile today, because tomorrow is not a problem. It's to tell someone you love them. I love you, my Ohana. You have a great night. If you are subbed, this is your raid message. If you